a really Metal Geary song, or like, yeah, espionage kind of song. I feel like am I slouching a lot, or is the camera just aimed too high? I was looking at the video last night, and it's like, it seems like I got smaller and smaller. So let's stand up. Hi, it's me, Scott. So we got to do the thing. We're gonna do the thing. We're gonna try to do the thing where we try to make heat not cost me $100 a month. Is our goal. Let's aim this down just a little. Is that better? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we got to do it. First, we got to do wallpaper, though. Obviously. That's not wallpaper. I just make a button for this. What's the matter with me? I don't know what's the matter with me. Just got a weather alert, though. Light rain soon. Beachy. So yeah, we got to do the dog thing. We got to update heat to use this durable object group repo. I think I know what I'm to do. I think I know what needs to be done. I think it's going to be a bit annoying to do. There is this mini flare thing now that lets you run kind of a fake little local Cloudflare that should make, or like Cloudflare worker stack locally. Let's do this. It will hopefully make life a little easier. So I did just do a quick test this morning. So this is me with Postman connecting to, oh, you know, this little mini flare instance that is in the Heat Workers project. So I haven't done anything yet. I did add the dog package, just the npm install, but I haven't actually done any dog stuff yet. So what I should probably do first, I should really look into bundling. Bundling clicks, but we're gonna ignore that for now. Okay, so here's the developer rig. How does any of this work? Does anyone remember? We don't want to run the backend. We just want to. Right, we have to do the thing where we like edit these files. Anybody? That's the heat rig setup. I think the heat front end is all of the Twitch stuff. Yeah, so heat front end, I think what we have to do is, makes me mad to see that open with Visual Studio. I don't even want Visual Studio on my computer. It's not welcome here. It's not welcome. So we've got to do the thing on the video overlay where we point it to not use the real backend. So that's here. Oh boy. Okay, we have all these various fun things in here, but this is just going to be whatever. Well, whatever my local IP is. 86, 21, 87, 87. Right? So hopefully that works. And then how do we do the thing where we can run locally? I think this is local. Is this local? I don't think so. Because we want this to be the URL, and that is not the URL. So how, what's it, ugh. It's not ideal. Hey, it's me. Right, that's the Heat API version 2.0.5. So one thing we could do just to get started, just to, before I forget about this, is this is going to be 2.1.0, let's say, because it's not any breaking changes, so it shouldn't be a major number. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not very good at semantic versioning. So, but this, what I think the problem is right now we're getting the remote view, right? So what I don't really remember, we may have to do something dumb, like create a new version And then I might regret this. Because we don't really want to update heat. Yeah, okay, so what do we have to do? This is annoying. We need to go look at the project. Like, we need to go update it on. Okay, but that's kind of nice. No, that's not nice. This doesn't open the thing that I would want at all. How do you do this? I thought there was a button to go see this on Twitch. So basically, to be able to test with the Twitch developer rig, I need to be able to test with local files. It won't let me do that, extension dashboard, without creating a new version, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. That's me. It's me. Probably gonna accidentally show something in here that is a secret, but that's okay. So extensions, heat, manage. Like there's this stupid thing where we can't delete this. We're just stuck with this forever, but whatever. We're gonna create a new version, which I don't really want. 2.1.0. And it's local test. So that's what we want. We're not going to actually release a new version of Heat, right? That's our goal is to not do that. Okay. So then we have this. We get the Heat front end. We don't have any front end hosting command, do we? That's annoying. Right? We don't actually run a front end. We just... Maybe we have to. Run front end. I did it. I pushed the button. Okay. Now we get a bunch of errors. So that's great. Great news. That's actually horrible news because this looks like issues with the stupid JSON Web Token stuff. Maybe it's because there's not an environmental variable set or something that has some kind of key. So this is line 286 of app.js. Yeah, I mean, I knew this was going to happen, or it would take me a while to just get back up and running again, but it's never fun. 286. This is our problem. Why is this a problem? Cannot read property replace if undefined. What? I think the issue is that we have some env thing. I mean, I could be totally wrong about this. Where we're like storing some key. Ugh, man, all of this stuff sucks so much. Okay, we were looking for whatever calls base64. Yeah, secret. So where do we get our secret? This.env.secret. So I'm just missing. I wonder if Miniflare handles environmental variables properly. Because we're getting... Okay, so I think we have to look at the Miniflare documentation because that's... I don't actually know. Okay. So it kind of seems like it's looking at env. So if I just quickly made a .env and inside the env for now just did secret equals test, which should not work, but should hopefully not be broken in the same way. Is that the right format for an env file? I don't remember. So I was watching .env, but maybe because it didn't exist when I started the process, it wasn't actually watching .env. Bad request for if I take them. Okay, so that seems believable. So, okay, so we probably need to go figure out what that secret is, which... That's annoying, but... Oh gosh, is there even a way to do this the way I want to do this? Let me think about this for a second. I feel like you can't, actually. I feel like you can't actually see... Don't look at that. But you can't actually see your secrets, workers... Manage workers. So in our production environment, variables, edit variables. Yeah, it's like, I think you can't see encrypted variables, unfortunately. So what is the secret? Is that from Twitch? Can't actually remember. It must be, right? That must be from Twitch. So somewhere is a secret. But if I generate a new secret, I'm in trouble, right? Like, the extension secret. Okay, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Maybe. I don't know. I really hope this works. We can just move on with our lives. I shouldn't be doing NPX Miniflare because it's a little slower than you'd want for NPX, I think. Okay. We were able to validate, so that was the proper secret. So we're all good. So we now are running Miniflare locally. We're able to test here, and that all seems like a thing that is working. Right? So here's where things become a nightmare. Yeah, here's where things are going to become a nightmare. So we're going to need to... Oh boy. Okay, I gotta like work on this while I think through it because I don't know exactly what I want to do. There's gonna be something like that where we want to export a class that is a channel group. Is that what we want? So basically, we're going to get rid of our channel object. We're going to keep a lot of the logic that's in it, I think. Because what does the channel object actually do? Yeah, this is an issue. There's going to be this question of like, whose job is it to do all of the token like JSON token handling. And I think we're going to ignore that to start with. So these need to extend those dog objects. So Cloudflare worker dog. We got to find the dog. And I don't even know. So a lot of the stuff we wrote, like we wrote this whole thing some time ago. Oops. Dog. Oh, okay, so I can do this and do watch. Is that my problem here? That I should be calling it with watch and debug? Oops. Let's see how that goes. So yeah, we're gonna extends group and extends replica, basically. Uh-oh. Dog module's in there. I think this is annoying. I think the way I have this set up is not happy. Like we may have to re-architect this a little bit. Hopefully don't have to restructure it, but we may have to re-architect things just slightly. Maybe. Anyway, this extends group. Why can't I see dog? Heat workers, node modules, dog index. So it acts like it. Let's switch here for 1 second while I look in this file and make sure that bindings, channels. Okay. I feel like I'm going to screw this up when I push it to production, right? This is like just almost guaranteed. Destroy production. Anyway, why can't I see dog? It's in the package JSON as a dependency. It seems to know about it. Is it something about this like... Okay, I don't know that this is the problem, but I want to... This doesn't feel quite tidy anyway. So this is our example, and it has a... So workers in here. I mean, okay, it's getting untypescriptified, right? Like it's becoming just JavaScript, so it's just here. So why Like, I'm worried it's because we're a module or something. Like, I don't actually know. Like this, I just don't. Click Format Modules. Mini-flare modules. First with traditional service worker in your modules format. To use modules, enable it with this. Like, are we already in here? Are we already? Build the upload. Format modules. The directory is source and the main. Let's try to just rearrange this a little bit and see if that magically works. I don't really think it's going to magically work, but like we basically just want this, right? So I don't know. I don't really see why this would make a difference, but so actually module worker MJS. Oops. Oh, but that's in the package JSON. Wait, now I'm confused. Command line argument text provider. So package JSON main worker.js module worker.js. So then the main or module field. So wait, main. Hold please. What did it say to do in here? Format equals modules. Directory. I don't really need to do this, but I just want to like reduce any chance of there being weird hierarchy problems or whatever. I don't know. Just simplifying it to match the example slightly more. That doesn't feel like it actually made a change, but it did. So weird. I don't really know what the build process is, but I think it just couldn't find the node modules. Maybe the node modules needed to be in source or something. I don't know. I don't know the answer, but that seemed okay, at least. This is kind of worrisome. Like, why is this different? I don't quite understand why that's duplicated. Production, we do want this different stuff, so that makes sense, but this I don't actually understand why we have this separate thing here. I don't know. I don't know. We may also have this issue find class durable object for durable object channels. Wait, why does that still say app MJS? So that didn't work. That was just totally completely wrong. Did this not? I just didn't save that. Okay, I think it was tremendously broken. It was so broken that the error tricked me into thinking it wasn't broken, because I just thought it was not created. What's in crafts? How's it going? I got a special alert that says first time chat from viewer. You're just in time for me to break every single thing. So why doesn't the dog? Why is the dog misbehaving? We're doing this, and we seem to have matched it with Mm-hmm. We could add this. Doesn't seem important though. Like, yeah, that dog. Why is this dog not obeying? So here's the thing. Why doesn't this work? I don't really understand like no matching module rules. It's not a thing I'm familiar with. Is it MiniFlare that's saying that? Or is that a node thing? Like who's the culprit here? I think unfortunately it's just gonna want to be one of those. Okay, so I'm not the only one. The MiniFlare getting. Good grief. Is that what it was? You monster. What a monster. This is the worst thing on the internet. This is actually, there's a comic about this that I saw recently, which is, oh, I'm having this problem, let me post about it, and then never mind, I got it working, which sucks because then you're a bad person. This person, bad person. If you're even going to bother to do this, you should post and say how you got it working so that people in the future. Ben, can you believe this? Ben, I feel so bad. I didn't thank you last night when I listed the 4 entire people that watched the stream. Why would you do that? Why? Oh, right. Oh, man. I forgot. Okay, this is coming back to me. We did the thing. Okay. The thing we did last time was I went through tremendous lengths to not have to build because I didn't want to. I didn't want to build it. Or I didn't want to build step. I thought I could do everything in a single file, and I did. I got everything in a single file. But now that we have this other dependency that I don't really want, but here it is. MiniFlare is not going to automatically grab this and pull it in for us. We're going to have a build step. Well, I don't want to, but I guess we have to, right? We'll now set up a worker development environment using MiniFlare and ESBuild, an extremely fast JavaScript bundler. Great. Okay, so we need to install ESBuild. Yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever. I don't want to, but whatever. Let's just install them both for kicks. How many hours will it be? Ben, this is just like playing Satisfactory. Like, it's how long will it be till I actually get to the thing that I want to do, because I have to do all of these, like, stupid administrative things. Great. This is great. Is it because you're open right here? What's your problem? I just want to add... Okay, first of all, I don't want to do this at all. Like, I don't want to have to add dog. But I especially don't want to pay hundreds of dollars a month to Cloudflare. So we're going to add the dog, but now feels like it's going to be an hour of just getting the development environment working. Why is this what programming is? Okay, so now we're going to use ES build. Is this actually going to work with it being a module? Is it actually going to work? It's actually going to work. I have say confidence level is low. Well, let's try it. Oh no, Ben, the Google Pay. You don't sound happy. You don't sound especially happy. I mean, it's behind you now, right? Okay, so what are we doing? We're gonna stick this somewhere. And then we're gonna cram these. Yeah, so the dev is pretty weird. Because now we have a local, so this is no longer dev, this is now staging or something. I don't know. We got to rename, since dev is going to be local now. Okay. Outdeer dist. Let's make the source folder again. Let's put this back into source. I messed up. Source. So what I'm worried about is that this the example that they show does not appear to use the MJS format. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter, but kind of a feeling it's gonna matter. Let's try to build this and see what breaks. Oh my gosh, did it work the first try? So it just crammed dog. Okay. That worked on the first try, which seems impossible. Yeah. I don't know. It's all such a nightmare. Like, there's no... I don't even know what to think about it. I don't have a solution. I mean, yeah. Like, when you listen to Casey or Tori streams or John Blow stream and they complain about how bad everything is, it really is bad. But I don't necessarily think that their solutions are the right solutions either. So I guess I kind of feel like nobody knows. At least they know what they're doing in terms of like what it means to tell a computer to do something. But I think they are like often reductive when they talk when they think about that in terms of the scale of some of these endeavors. But maybe not. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're fully right, but it just doesn't feel. I don't know. Maybe they're right. I'm in this thing where I'm doing this stupid thing with the stupid dependency, and I really tried to write this thing with no dependencies, but here we are. Here we are. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like we're so off track. I don't even know where you like we're so off track. It feels hard to course correct, right? So like then you have to say like, okay, we can't course correct. All we can do is like backtrack a little and try another path. But then there's a question of like, how far back do you go? And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't know what the trajectory is, unless the trajectory just continues, which is hardware continues to be good and get better, giving headroom for software to be increasingly worse. I don't know. It's a bad deal. Okay, so against all odds, we were seemingly able to actually deploy that. Like who? And it does mean that we're a service worker, right? Not a module, because we have built Okay, we have to reconsider some things here. So yeah, what a shock. I think that worked. I'm a bit confused by this though, because how do we know? I guess it's the main. So if we built to dist, so we're going to end up with dist worker.js, right? That's our issue. So we need to go here, and this needs to be worker.js. The thing that's really confusing me about this particular thing is that they have their toml file, and then there's also sort of the standard JSON, package JSON for project configuration, and some things can be in both files and it will prioritize them. Some things can only be in one or the other. So that's why I'm momentarily lost, but I think we can simplify this and just go to this. Maybe. And npm run dev should now give us a local development environment. Great. No script defined. Maybe I still do need this. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. Maybe we're like so incredibly off track. Some of the talks that Casey did recently about like what the problem is, and like his description of the nature of the problem actually did resonate with me quite a bit. Where it was like, he used all these analogies about exploring and figuring out how to get to where you are, and kind of compared that to the way things are typically done, and how that broke down, at least in that particular metaphor. I'm sure you could come up with, obviously you could come up with alternate metaphors to make whatever case you want, but his argument was fairly compelling in terms of just kind of looking at the nature of the problem, like why is code so bad and so slow. So, durable objects. So we have to do this. Are these alternate options? I think these are alternate. I don't think it's saying do all three of these things. So I have this. I have the object and class name, so unable to find channel object for durable object channels. Why? Able to find channel object for durable object channels. So is that not in my monster file that we built? So something I am a little worried about now, maybe more than a little bit, is that that this is going to mess up our watch. Like, is it going to be smart enough to do the rebuild every time? I really don't want to have a build step. So we have the class channel object is right here. My path just wrong. So we're inside dist, we're worker.js. That kind of looks like a thing that should work. But it doesn't. It doesn't work. Like, do I need to do this? No. Doesn't work. Actually, this is modules true, but we don't want modules anymore. So why is that? Why is that the case? We call it the build command. There's our scripts. Modules true. We don't want that. I don't believe. It just wants a main worker.js. Dir defaults to dist already, and then for some reason we have a... I just can't actually tell if it's even trying with the file, you know? Like, is that even... Are we even kind of working, or are we fully... What level of brokenness are we suffering from? Like, it feels to me like it's not working at all. So what that feels like to me is maybe that it did not... Oh boy. Okay. I hate it. Where was the thing? Didn't we have some documents about like, hey, use ES build? Everybody? Yes, developing with ES build. So the thing I think may be wrong is our source is a module. So is that screwing up our result in some way? It kind of doesn't seem like it. Like it sort of seems like I don't actually know. Okay, so this is not the module format. So can I not do ES build with a module as the input? I don't want to rewrite this. Because we wrote our like main, that's the export default from there. Like their ES build documentation does not tell us how to do it if your source file is a module. You know? ESM, is that the one? I didn't want to spend an hour just getting this to build. I really didn't. I really didn't. But, well, here we are. So what, but the question though is, does that mean we're outputting the module? Or the ESM format will be, you know, like, well, let's just try this. I I don't. What's confusing is, does this mean I am building? That's the output format though. So, which, you know, that's fine, maybe. Like this async fetch just sitting here does not look correct to me. Oh, this sucks. It sucks so much. Picks the output format for you. So let's what if I just did something fun? Just for kicks. Just for, you know, just for have a good time. Like, would it actually build? I was just curious. The answer is no. Like I was curious if it would like look at the output file and be like, oh, well, that's a output tier is this. So when you bundle, it just happens. So we're going to transform. Is what I don't understand is this like gonna output. Oh boy. This is silly. To be stuck on this is silly. It's very silly. And they just, it's only because they tell you can use modules, but then they only show then they tell you have to use ESBuild to bundle. You don't have to, but they tell you to use ESBuild to bundle. And that's what they show you at least. But they don't do it when your source is a module. So do I just go back and rewrite this to not be an ESM? Because it's really this, right? It's that we have exported this default and we have this async fetch in here. I mean, if that's really the whole thing, then I probably don't care enough. We basically would just do this instead. Is that really true? Is that really all that would change? I'm just going to try really fast because I want to get moving on this. I don't want to spend all day like trying to figure out this dumb thing. Handle request, event.respond with. I don't remember how this works actually. Handle request is this thing, this export async function. Async function handle request. So basically we would say, but then it only gets the request. So how do I get like the environment and the context? Like, I think I would have to rewrite too much to do this, right? Like this is too much of a change. I don't want to do it. Unless environment and context are just implicitly available. Can I not do this fun thing? Like, I just don't know if in context and all that stuff is going to be available. I don't know. This doesn't feel good. Not pleased. Really not pleased with the bad way. Also, that it just commented that. What just happened? Okay, so essentially we would have to do, this would become, and then hopefully event and context are just there. What's your problem? What? Oh yeah, of course. How could I forget such an important thing? Okay, so now this is just worker.js. I really, I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about this. It doesn't feel good. All these JavaScript build systems are so annoying and confusing and convoluted, and I hate it. So what broke? What? Yeah, I'm gonna have to install it globally. Binary. What's going on? Did you find something fun?
Exposure.
It's hobby slash
Guy's job.
Okay. Why doesn't this? Okay, I don't know what to do at the moment because I'm stuck in stupid. Like, I've never had a good experience with a JavaScript build system. Like, and I'm not familiar with ES build. I don't quite understand what the issue is. I thought I could just not be a module, but okay, so we just can't export. We just have to say class. Okay, that makes sense because we're not ESM anymore. So anywhere that we were exporting just becomes a thing. Is that true? Is that true? Unexpected into file. Great. Do we have one extra? You're just a function now. Is that not true? No, actually, sorry, we do have this return await. This thing. Okay, so actually we did need that. We just need to also have this. Handle request has already been declared. Great. We don't want this. Okay. How are we doing? I like the module format better. So we're still just totally broken and nothing works. Like it didn't actually, that actually didn't do anything different. Is that true? You think we would still have that entry point? I mean, we have, so there's all that stuff. That's all their stuff. Here's where our stuff starts. That function handle request is just supposed to be there because we're adding this event listener for this to call this. I'm just assuming that env and context we just magically get. Where are our two channel classes? Wait. there's our utilities class, and there's our JWT class, but where is our... Why didn't those... Where are those? I mean, you know, these are empty, so I would believe that. Is it because... Yeah, why? Class utilities is fine. Class channel object is grayed out for some reason? What does that mean? Why is this grayed out? Oh, is it stripped? That's what was happening. I don't think the MJS thing was the problem. I think it was stripping. I think it is... Oh... How do you not... I mean, that's what it looks like. It looks like ESBuild is just stripping out that class because it's not used. Oh, should I watch that right now? Am I gonna get flagged? Okay, I have to watch it just because I'm too frustrated with this. Let's just watch this.
Saturday morning, fun time explosion.
This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. Hobby, job, hobby, job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. Hobby, job, hobby, job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. Hobby, job, hobby, job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job.
That was really loud,
this guy's
sorry.
hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. Hobby, job, hobby, job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job. This guy's hobby is this guy's job.
No,
Hobby,
Jesus
job,
Pavila is the
hobby,
best.
job.
Great. Great. Okay, I feel better now. Is this my hobby or is this my job? I don't even know. How do I mark a class to not be... How do I tell ESBuild to not delete my classes? That I want? I hate you. Allow overwrite. So part of the question is like, what do they call it? Do they call it stripping? I would call it stripping, but who knows? Who knows what they call it? So how do I even find it to... Is it part of one of these other parameters? Is it that bundle parameter? Your first bundle. We're not minifying. Wasm. Bundle. Inline. Bundling is different than concatenation. Multiple separate bundles instead of trying to name files together. Which I think I need. Right? Am I wrong? Is that the thing that's happening here? That seems like what's happening here. And maybe there's some really obvious way to deal with this, but I just don't get... Channel object does not make it here because it is unused. So like... DuckDuckGo is useless, as we know. Okay, is it shaking? We're an hour in and we don't know anything. Do I just say, ugh, I don't want to have to like individually. Okay, let's just not tree shake because I don't care. Is that gonna solve all my problems? Is that actually what the issue was before? I feel like the build is not actually working. By the way, oops, that's supposed to be false. But that didn't actually, did that actually rebuild this? Tree shaking is false. Okay, we have a channel object now that's definitely in there. So why are you unable to find the class channel object? Dist worker.js is the thing we're trying to run. I just looked in there. I just saw something that looked like it was called channel object. Hey, okay, durable objects. What does it say? Must be exported from the main script, right? So the bindings in this file, durable objects, the durable objects bindings, we have channels bound to channel object. We can't find channel object. When we just look here, well, is all this scoped to something insane? I don't know. I kind of want to go back to being a module. Because I think that wasn't actually my problem, and I liked that more. So I'm going to do that. What a bunch of annoyingness. I'm going to do this, and it's going to select the end file, isn't it? And show the secret. Is it? Is it gonna? Okay, it actually didn't. I'm shocked. Okay, we'll get our app MJS again. Right? We're all happy with the app MJS. So we want to look in the dist folder. We're looking for worker.js. That all seems okay. We want to go back I don't know. I don't know that this is the right answer, but we'll see. That's weird, but okay. I thought it would use this name up here, but it doesn't. But did this do something different? Anything different? App default. I don't know, man. Okay, what I do think I want to do some minor housekeeping. Maybe what I did a minute ago actually worked, but it seems like it didn't, because it didn't actually rebuild. Who knows? Who knows? Why are you broken now? Because you're a cold worker. No tree shaking. Okay, all the fun stuff. So we have this file now. Great. Now, this is going to be broken, almost assuredly. I hate it. This all worked when it was a single file, by the way, right? Like when I was just doing the module, it all worked. It all worked. It is only by adding this build phase. So the build phase, which I don't know what it's doing because it's just tons of black magic, seems to be doing more than just concatenating. It's doing some kind of magic. I don't know what kind of magic it's doing. Who knows? And I see the channel object there, but it is wrapped up. It's like bundled inside of some thing. And I don't know what the thing is. This sucks. What an unpleasant experience. Like, this is so not what I want to be dealing with. Again, I don't want to be dealing with any of this, but this is just extra. Run the build, the format is service worker. I don't know what to do. Like, this is the stuff that gave me so much grief last time too, trying to use Webpack, and that's why I went through great lengths to not have to use any stupid JavaScript build setup. And it's just, you know, it's just totally broken, right? Like, nothing. You added a fetch event listener that responds with a response? Funny thing about that. I did. I hate this. Okay, was there anything else in the... They're just using this. You need to export it from an ES module. Your build script includes from an ASM, which tells ESBuild to output an ES module, which is what's required. You do the same thing with command line. Okay, let's just keep adding command line arguments until something works. That's the way to do it, right? It's not the way to do it. Broken. Did it work that time? Oh my gosh. Did it actually work? I don't believe it. So the solution, as usual with JavaScript related things, is just to cut and paste stuff from the internet until they work. Really great. It's a really great feeling. Okay, at least I'm still a module. I hate this build step, but I think we just have to have it. So I think I had this earlier, and I did actually try this. I just didn't have the tree shaking. And so we were, let's just try this. Did I not try this exact combination of things? Maybe I didn't. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't need the tree shaking if I have the I don't know. Who knows what combination of strange black magic we have concocted here. So what we need to try to do. Uh-oh. Binary's getting the threats. These are the threats that I got as well. It's threatening. It's threatening stuff. Shoot. Somebody's talking to me on Slack. I'm gonna probably guess it's not important. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. Okay, so let's just verify that we can still connect here. Let's bump our heat version number again. Okay, I'm at least comforted that we were able to 2.1 now. Okay. So now, after an hour and 14 minutes, we're almost ready to start. Very good. This is very, very good. We have, right. Oh, wait. This isn't gonna work. I forgot. We reset, so we don't have the dog. Okay, if we try to, oh boy, if we try this and the dog breaks, I don't know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do with this busted dog? Okay, that is our old channel object. Let's just add this for kicks and see how sad I'm gonna be. Having some real problems today with a Vim extension. Good grief. Okay. Please work. Okay, it at least compiled. So the names of these things really confuse me. So I'm not going to have clever names. I'm just going to call it. I just want it to be very clear as I go through this, like what is what. And then now we've got to go in and put our bindings for channel replica and channel group. I think we have to make those bindings here. And channel object will go away eventually. Okay, we have these durable objects, so maybe that's all okay. So, great. I believe that our group is dead simple. Like the group doesn't need much at all. It needs to describe how many let's call it 100 for now. I don't exactly know. This seems weird, but what does this mean? Oh, that's TypeScript. Get out of here. Nobody likes you, TypeScript. Some people do. Okay. I guess that's where those end up. It's not very clear to me what how those names deploy. It's kind of weird. But, I mean, did it say them? I just don't know if it's gonna... I don't know how they end up deployed. If that statement makes sense. Channel group, channel replica channels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that naming. I guess it's how it ends up in the env, but okay. So our task I don't really understand this. Like, alert everyone. Who is that? Is that to... So the task and all that this does, you find the replica. Yeah. So generate a durable object ID from the task name. But is that's not right. I mean, that's not what we want. The ID from name on the pool, you would think that would not be the group. You would think that would be... This documentation leaves much to be desired, in my opinion. And that's the only implementation, really, of the glue code, unless we go look at the overly complicated example, which is this. And it's gonna... Yeah. So we just have a group, which is all I want. I only want... Each lobby has its own set of replicas. It says each lobby, but isn't this clearly only a lobby? Like, we only have one lobby. So I'm gonna start trying to stub this in a little bit, so when this fetch happens, let's skip all of our current logic. Right? So... that wasn't right. So what we want to do is And this is just whatever, like master or, you know, whatever. Gateway. And then we need a that's the group. This is going to be the channel name. So for now, we'll just say like the channel ID, I think, is what ends up being our kind of identifier for individual connections, I think. So, and we're looking for a place where the parent is, I don't know, this is kind of weird. What's this, what are you mad about? This comma is what you're mad about. Okie dokie. So we've made it this far. And then now we're gonna do the I still don't quite have in my head how we tie this all together. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't quite have it figured out. I guess it's a fetch either way, and then we just have to look inside. Like, I think we kind of have to just do this logic up here. We have all this other crap that we will try to deal with. But, in fact, we know we want some of this stuff, so I'm going to start moving some of this stuff up and out. Well, I'm not going to move it. I'm going to copy it for now, I guess. Dog handling. Handle the dogs. Okay. So we have made it to the point where we have the idea of a replica, and that replica is going to do something. Probably. Because we call fetch on it, but we can't do anything with fetch. We have to... This is so confusing. Why? Like this... The parent and the self. Like, I don't really understand the function of this linking. Like, it seems... Channel group. Okay, that knows how to link. It needs to know how to receive. So this is like the most critical thing at the moment until we add in all the other parsing. But like this is kind of... So somehow above we had like some logic for are you... We'd bail if the endpoint, there was no endpoint, etc., etc. So for now, let's just assume anything that comes in is a WebSocket connection. We have logic for that elsewhere, but like at the moment, we're just going to say... If you come in, you're connected. And then to error. Okay. I want to strip out a lot of the like random error handling stuff we had in the past as well, but I don't worry about that at this moment. So we'll get some data in, we'll parse it, we're going to log it. And then if it's crawl URL, we're going to do some whatever. So let's not do this. That's interesting. Does this not have a return? If it... Huh. Oh, I see. That's just like stubbed up. Okay. For now, we'll just, when data comes through, we're going to log it. And then we're going to, you know, do this. So in theory, I should be able to connect. Oh, cool. Cannot need ID from name of undefined. So I had kind of wondered about that. Like, I don't really know. Oops. I'm going to switch over for 1 second. Okay, we do have an env, but oh, channel group is just the name of So maybe we want to reconsider some naming, actually. So, okay, maybe I understand. So that naming actually, that exported wasn't just automated. I think it's in here. Yeah. So that's okay. So I think it would make a little more sense to me to do this and do this like this. I think my brain would prefer that. I thought at first it was just like an automatic thing where it was capital, you know, just capitalizing whatever. It seems to not be the case. Okay, so now can we... So make sure this actually is rebuilding. I don't trust the watch. I probably should. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay. Connect. Not good. Huh. m.channelgroup.id from name is not a function. You sure? So this is the binding there. That's what the name is. And then ID from group. I mean, that seemed like what it was. Was that not right? So in the example, the worker index. Oh, sorry, ID from name, capital N. That's just my fault. Okay, and then connect. So it should be any. Did I break it? WebSocket request did not return status, etc., 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 etc. Response with WebSocket. So I connected momentarily, then disconnected. Is that what happened? Okay, so maybe I just didn't. So when we handled this, what are we actually doing? We receive a request and we say return this.connect with the request. I mean, we basically just say if you hit /ws, let's connect. Otherwise, why doesn't it like that? All we do here, we just funnel the request straight to room.fetch. So nice to be able to log this stuff. WebSocket request did not return status 101 switching protocols response to WebSocket. What? Whose fault is that? Does this not... Also, why did this log not happen? Okay, did I... Room... Oh. Wait, what are you mad about? What are you mad about that? Oh, because I... Oh, good heavens. Okay. Well, there's a few things I don't understand. Oh. Oh no. Using the CLI or the create server method, Miniplayer will always upgrade WebSocket connections. I don't want you to. Ooh, that's cool. But hang on. We'll always upgrade WebSocket connections to worker must send respond with a status switching protocols response, including a WebSocket. Is that not what that connect does? So the issue is that this connect is the dog does this. That's not me. The dog does it. The freaking dog. Look at all these modules. Remember when we didn't have any modules for this project and now we have color convert? We have all this. It's great. Okay, dog. So WebSocket pair, you accept it. Something to close. What do you actually return? Here, you should return a 101. So, did I not await? Do I need to await this? Okay, we need to look more deeply into... Oh boy, JavaScript, huh? So, what are we doing? We get an async fetch. We have an async fetch. And that's terrific. And we get this. This doesn't await that. We await this, but doesn't that seem weird that we wouldn't await the thing? I mean, maybe that doesn't... I mean, it just returns, I guess. But this function was async, right? It is async. So if it had any awaits in there, which it does. So aren't we required by law to await? I mean, apparently not, because their example isn't. WebSocket request did not return status. Why? Oh, am I like bailing out early? Maybe that's actually what's happening. Is that I'm mistakenly bailing here. Okay, I think that's the actual problem. Is I'm bailing early. Okay, well that's very broken, but let's not endpoint get path component 0. Okay, what happened to me? What just happened? 37. So this DOM string list. Wait, that's just supposed to be dog. How did that happen? That's some weird Is that not right? We're supposed to dog identify. Do we not include identify from dog? Huh. Inside there. So what's wrong? Dog. We want to await dog dot identify. Oh, well, no. I just want to await identify. Definitely confusing myself with okay, request. There, whatever. The examples are not super consistent, so by combining two examples, I'm doing myself a disservice. Okay, so we actually did it, and we just logged this secret, which is very good. So now we have to change the secret, but everything, it's whatever. It's all local right now anyway, but great. Always, it's never a good stream unless I accidentally log some kind of secret. So before I push everything, change secret. Change secret. It's like a holiday tradition at this point. In fact, I think that was just my fault because I logged the env here. Yeah, so that was just on me. Okay. So now that we've exposed all our secrets, I can connect here and say, hey, and send hey, and get disconnected. So, cool. Oh, because I totally... Is VS Code just crashed now? VS Code has decided to freeze. Okay. Well, at least it figured out that it was broken. Oh boy. Okay. So we have this now. We got this environment. It seems like it works. It seems like we're able to add a thing to a dog. It seems like we can connect. So, I mean, maybe this... Should I await this? Okay, maybe that was the promise. That was... who knows? Who knows what's going on inside of any of this stuff? Okay. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be JSON. Hi. There. Hi there. Did we get hi there echoed back? We got thanks. Okay. I think we got it, maybe. So the real question would be if we can oh, I didn't mean to throw away the... Wait, what just happened? That was weird. I thought that was gonna clear the thing. Okay, we're gonna connect here. We are connected. We're gonna send hi there. Send. We get the thanks back. So the real test is gonna be how do we turn this into a WebSocket? I think we can't. I think we have to do like... How do you do this thing? New WebSocket request. Okay. So this is all connected. It's happy. We can keep sending. And this is not functionality we want, but that was weird. You're connected. So if I send this over here, did I get it over here? I did. Okay, so we are able to have stuff move across replicas. For whatever that's worth. It's worth something. So, okay, we have the foundation of this where we connect. We don't actually have to manage our WebSockets, which is nice. But we got a whole lot of code down here that needs to be ported into this world. So I'm like very slightly, you know, a little bit at a loss of where to start. So I think we actually want this. We want this to continue. The thing that's going to be different is we're not going to look for a channel object. Okay, I need to take a quick break and then we will dive into this, hopefully. Be right back. Okay, friends. So this is just going to be like this tedious thing where we go through our existing code and try to like make it work. The thing I'm a little hung up on, I mean, just in my head right now, I feel like I see how most of these pieces fall into place, kind of how it's going to come together. I think we just lift all of this basically, and all of this will just go here. And most of this is going to be the same, right? We still want to do this thing, bounce back those options calls. We still want to break out the path. And we still want to only respond to the channel endpoint, right? So that's all good. We still want to validate the channel ID. That's all good. The thing where there's going to be a real divergence is basically here, where we're going to say, yeah, so this is where things start to split up a little bit, right? Is we're not looking for a channel object anymore. Inv.channels, the ID from name. So we want the gateway, but then, so that's our channel ID, basically. We want an ID from name. So do we still want to do that? I think we do. Well, it kind of seems like we don't. When we identify, we're just getting like, I can't tell if that's just part of the example or if that's actually what they want you to do. I think identify is my identifier, right? I think it's like identify. Usually should identify a replica or create a new replica if not available. So like, but it's my ID. It's whatever I choose, meaning it can just be the channel ID. Seems too easy. Too easy, right? So this, okay, actually this is a question, and I think I know the answer. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know the answer. It's like where to do all of the JSON web token processing, whatever. I think we want to do those on the replicas, not on the gateway. I think. Okay, so we know the channel ID. We have the channel ID. It appears to be a number, and that is our identifier. And so we're very happy with all of this. And then basically we want if we have a replica, do this. So not too different. We just, instead of trying to find a particular channel object, which we don't, we're getting rid of the idea of channel objects. We're just passing this directly into still am not, there's still like something I'm not quite sure about. Gotta say. But okay, let's just verify that this still works. We broke it. How did we break this? Oh, because we were supposed to be in the namespace channel. And have a channel ID. Okay. So we're in, we got the thing, we sent it, and we can come back. And if we go over to our other friend, I mean, obviously in real life, we're not going to do this like cross-talk. Thanks. Okay. So we are getting to the point where we have the request and we are routing it appropriately. So basically this stuff is all ready to be deleted, basically. I kind of am hesitant to delete it, but I think we're making it past this point, basically. So that's good. So that gets us in here. So the thing that's a little tricky... Well, wait, actually... Why weren't we seeing that logged? Okay, we did get it. Okay, cool. When we get it, when a message comes in from a replica, then we're going to broadcast it. The thing is, though, how are they receiving them? They receive them... The broadcast... Okay, that just fully skips handling, I guess. Unless that's how you have to use like the gossip and whisper or whatever, but let's ignore that for the moment. Okay, so... yeah, the place we kind of care about right now is here. And this is where we're going to have to like fully replace everything that's going on in this channel object, which is like kind of not cool. Particularly the cooldowns is going to be a little annoying, but I think we still kind of want to keep this idea, where if it's just an API request, it gets handled. If it's a WebSocket upgrade, it goes through a different path. So, and the nice thing about the WebSockets is we kind of just have to do this, I believe. So, in other words, as if you just are trying to connect with WebSockets, that's kind of handled for us now in a way that it wasn't previously. Previously, we had to do all this stuff, which wasn't crazy, but you know. This stuff sessions. Yeah, so that stuff I think is now managed internally for us, that's one nice thing about using this dog. Good dog. Did we break it? We broke it. So we have once again broken everything. Okay, this, I think we want to get rid of this error. Okay, wait, not there. Here. If request.headers.get upgrade equals WebSocket, we should return await this.connect. Add request. Kind of confused because I feel like I'm not seeing like this logging we saw. Why am I not seeing? Okay, let me just verify. Are we actually getting to where we want to be? We're calling fetch here, and that's the receive. Are we actually getting our replica? We do get our replica. We are getting here. Request headers to get the upgrade. Oh, it's called rec. Ha ha ha. This is what I get for cutting and pasting. But I'm not going to stop. Okay. We did it. We sent a thing. We're good. So now we need this handle API requests thing. And it's going to be pretty similar, except for... This sucks. Look how dumb this is. Oh gosh, the cooldowns. Oh boy. Okay. The cooldowns. We're gonna maybe ignore the cooldowns for the moment. Oh, the legacy click stuff also. I think this is when the legacy server goes down. And like, sorry. But I don't want to maintain it. We left it up for a few months. I don't have like an easy way. I could really do a annoying amount of work to list their channel IDs and then individually message them, I guess. But I don't want to. So yeah, I think legacy stuff is just gonna... The logging stuff I don't like. It was never very good, and I think we don't need it now. I didn't really like this. I really like this. Yeah, just like simplify this land a little bit. Okay, yeah, so the whole thing we have to do now is port this whole nightmare over. So let's let's just steal this whole method for now. And probably we've broken something. So the JSON web token stuff, we're going to just hope is okay. We're going to hope it's okay. We're going to just ignore cooldowns for now. What did you just do? Are you serious? I guess I don't have to-dos syntax lit. Okay. Fix cooldowns. So we validate that. I don't know that I need to do this request original thing anymore, or this clone request data. think that was all legacy stuff. So let's kill legacy. And that is where we needed request original. I don't remember why. I don't really remember what we were doing. Why we needed to modify the request. API method. Just don't remember, actually. Just truly do not. Okay, so we're gonna fix cooldowns. This other stuff. I don't know. I think it's because after we got the JSON, it broke it or something, or I don't know. Okay, we will fix cooldowns, but for the moment, we're going to ignore them. And for the moment, we are just going to try... Oh, no. Okay. Well, let's see what this does. I don't have a great deal of faith here. We get a bad request, which is, you know, somewhere in here we decided to return a 400 error. So how far did we make it? Like somebody returned a 400 with bad request. And that somebody was probably me. It wasn't me. Who returned a 400 error with bad request? We want to return this handle API requests. We've got all this fun stuff. Fun. It's fun stuff. We did get fun. That's very good news. I mean, I know what the thing is. You know, I know what the... I shouldn't have gotten rid of that error handler because it probably would have caught it. So something is breaking inside here, it would seem. Oh, that's funny. This is good security. This is very good security. Something in here is breaking, and the fact that it's breaking just lets you totally circumvent the token validation. So that's great news. Oh, it's our env. So, yeah. Do we not know? I mean, we're talking to env. Is this the thing to do? This doesn't feel right, but let's try it. Env is not defined. Yeah, you get env. I mean, do we need to store our own env? I don't know if this is the right way to do this. It doesn't really feel right. It doesn't really feel right at all, actually. How do we do it down here? Ah, we got a constructor, and in the constructor we do the env. So let's, I'm assuming we can still do this. Must call superconstructor in divide class before accessing this or returning a derived constructor. What? That's because I did a thing before. I didn't have to do that previously. Right? Oh, right. Sure. Is that how you do this? I really don't remember. How do you do that? Also, why didn't I have to do it before? Oh. Obviously. Obviously. Okay. Great. We're doing great. Okay. Env is not defined, but this dot env should now be defined. Okay. Does that mean that we validated? I think it does. Not totally sure about that, but I think it means we validated. Okay, so here's the part where it's pretty weird. Is like, how do we talk? How do we talk specifically to the WebSocket that we want to talk to? Just to make sure that it actually breaks. Oh, it's a const. Can't do that. Funny that we get bad requests, but it's not returning the, kind of annoying that it doesn't show our string response, but whatever. Seems to work. Okay, so anybody know what's happening to me? I think we're fairly close. This is the trick here, though. This, like, because we don't want to broadcast anymore, right? And the word is the same, but the meaning is a little different. But we don't want to broadcast. Before meant to broadcast anybody to anybody who had the same channel name But now that means everybody in the cluster. Okay. We don't want to broadcast because that's every single channel. We don't want to emit because that's every person on a single replica. So Whisper is pretty confused. Confusing. We need to be able to whisper. We need to be able to whisper. I think what's weird though is like in the example we whisper. Send a message to a specific user and only that user. So the thing is a little weird because we actually do want to send to anybody that's connected on the same channel. Like if you have multiple. So yeah, but I think we can get around that, right? Like I think we can if we can like decode like this kind of sucks. What's the target? Output match. So is it groups? Am I like, is that what my thing is here? Uh-oh. I think it's token processing error, so what did I... Wait, I thought this was working, but it's not? That's the message. Groups. So like, what does that mean? There's all the users. Like, what does this run against? I don't really understand this. Output. How does, I just really am confused looking at this. I don't even know if I know what this is. Yeah, like this format is strange. I just don't know this syntax where you're not even calling exec. Like, how do you... What? I just don't know what we're looking at. Like... like I assume, like, do we have to maintain our own user list, or it's just not very clear because it doesn't seem like users. We have a users map there, and we add them and remove them as we go. When gossip happens, that's just for the listing of the users, but like when a message comes, send down a list of all connected users. So this is looping through the users. But down here where we're actually doing our message handling, I don't really understand how it works. Like, this is just very convoluted looking code to me. This syntax I really don't understand. Maybe it's some magical syntax that's like, run this match on something called groups, but not the target. Like, I don't recognize the syntax at all. And I don't know even what to search for, because if it's just some, you know, fancy ES6. I mean, obviously that piece of code isn't going to come up. I'm just sort of hoping that doesn't that seem like there should be a thing called groups? But maybe not. I mean, it's the only place this is used. So is groups just a thing from the regex? That's not talking about users of groups, right? So yeah, how does this work? Maybe it doesn't matter. Like, maybe I just need to well, let's just try it. Let's try it this way. Like, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it actually kind of does, just sort of automatically does the thing. And that is like, can we just do this? And in this case, target is the channel ID. What if we have two connections with the same channel ID? Well, that still works. Still works. Still works. Still works. Now if we click over here, everything breaks. We got a bad request. I don't know. This is the good programming, right? When you just start wrapping everything in a try catch. Socket's not defined. Oh. On socket, oh. That's bad, right? Oh, I don't like this. Shoot. So how can I get... Oh, man. Yeah, sure. Because the socket, you only get those inside the WebSocket related things. So I don't have that in... So there's a gossip. I don't have that just when a request is received. I don't... That's bad. That's a bad thing. How am I going to talk to... So there's the pool. There's the set, which is the neighbors. There's the parent. There's the self. That's all WebSocket stuff. So when someone connects, what do we do? So we make this dog socket. And what do we do with that? State.socket.add. Okay, so that's its like little local state land. And there must just be a in its local state. Huh. Where do you create that? Where does this live? New set, let's state, dog state, state socket add, the server. So like I need to be able to talk to these things, but I guess if we look at how they do broadcast, we can hopefully figure it out. Yeah, so actually, it looks like you should be able to. So if you're just handling, this is receiving the fetch. So this is before it calls the interesting. So you could be, gosh, you could kind of try to be really clever with this. Anyway, so that was the emit, but what did whisper actually do? Whisper is just going to call this.pool.get. So it tries to find the target ID. Yeah, but maybe this is actually a real problem. That I have okay, I'm a little worried about this actually. So basically this is just saying get it and then calling the send method. which lives just here with a WebSocket. Internal, send message to all WebSockets. So there's a set of WebSockets and it loops through. So that's, I think this is a bummer, perhaps. Like it has this facility. Okay, so this fetch gets called before I get to do any of my stuff, right? Like my stuff happens at the very end of fetch. Is that true? Yeah, this receive. So all this stuff has already happened. So I am constructing, this sucks actually. This almost like, if I bumped that, I may have to. I don't want to. Just a whisper, get. So maybe that does give you a set actually. So if I can ask the pool, so this is a problem though. This is actually a problem, is this just may not be available to me. This might be a totally secret, which is annoying that this method that I absolutely need would be a secret, but we couldn't really call fetch again. There is an emit, there is a broadcast, there is a dispatch, but okay, there is a whisper. Send a message to a specific socket within a replica. So there's the group. The sender, can the sender just be null? There's the place I want to send it. And then there's the message. So let's think about this for a second and maybe we'll be okay. So we do dispatch this and it goes through there and it's going to be route to whisper. So it hopefully finds them all. So let's try this. Maybe this will work. Because what it's going to need to be then is whisper. Do I know the parent? Like who uses this? Is GID a thing that I know? Can I just say parent? Or was that a string? The group. Well, the group is just gateway, right? So, is that what we called it? Let's try this. Gateway. The sender is null. The target is channel ID. And the message, what's a dog message? It's kind of the only way I can see how to do this. What's a dog message? Oops. Who's calling these? Like who calls this whisper? Uh-oh, wait, am I inside the socket now? No. That's the replica. I don't know, man. Let's just try this to start with. Not feeling very confident. Whisper's not defined. Of course it's not. This dot. This dot whisper is not a function. You sure about that? I mean, maybe it's not. Sort of looks like one. But I'm kind of afraid that I'm inside another thing. And there's only one class in here, so... I don't exactly know what to do about this. I can't call my own... I don't know what this means. Does this mean private? Which would be really annoying. What does this mean? Where's life is yours when I need him? Okay, so that's private. So that just sucks so tremendously. How am I going to do this? Is there no facility to talk to WebSockets without... So I get the UID. This stuff's private. Get the refs. No, I can't. That's in the constructor. I can't get anything, so I can get nothing useful here except for the UID. This is a place that I seemingly cannot get to it. Receive is the thing. This is so stupid. I can call connect. On gossip. Gossip. Fetch I can't do anything about. And I can't dispatch. Is this one of those amazing things where just every possible thing I would want to do is I just want to know who's connected to this. This sucks. So you can only talk to WebSocket land from a WebSocket function? Like, is there not a way? I just want to go back. Like, I don't know what to do. This is like... This is pretty bad. It seems bad. Maybe it's not that bad, but it seems bad. Well, this seems terrible. Unless... Where is socket? Where is, like, the socket class? Just an interface? Am I just fully not understanding this? That seems possible, but it also seems like there just may be this oversight where you can't talk to socket land without... without being in a WebSocket callback. What that surely that's not true, right? Right? That kind of makes it seem, does that mean that the replica implements the socket interface, or? I don't really understand how that works. Because this is an interface, so who... I don't know how interfaces are implemented in... TypeScript. What do we do? How do we get around this? We want like normal post routes to be able to get stuff to a site. That seems like a thing you'd really want to be able to do, right? Like you'd want to be able to get data into, send data to a connected WebSocket that didn't just come from another WebSocket. That has to be possible, right? Right? Like, it's impossible that this would have been built in such a way that you can only do socket to socket communication, right? That would be laughable. Who would do such a thing? A connection is established. Well, but that's a... So the really dumb way that I can think to do this, which I don't like, is just as... Yeah, as channels connect, they self-register and then get removed. Like that's... And a map... Can those have duplicates? Maps can have duplicates, right? But sets can't? I can't remember. Okay, so it's definitely a map. But the thing that I'm like, how do you make sure that you're deleting the correct thing? So I believe in this example, in the room, they have a thing in the on connect. Yeah, so it adds so there's this map. Could be a set, I guess, but no, it'd be a map, I guess, with the socket UID and the socket itself, which seems like a thing we should have access to, right? Doesn't that seem like a thing we should? Maybe we do. Maybe in like inside the replica, if the replica's state does the state know anything? State.socket. State.socket add. So that's seems like a map. The thing I worry about is when one person disconnects, is it gonna mess up and disconnect the other person? So let's verify that, because that seems kind of suspect. So if we connect here, and we connect here, and we send a thing, we get it here, we get it here. I'm going to disconnect here, but I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to send a thing, and it seems like I'm still okay, but this one's now disconnected. So I don't know. Oops. This dot. This dot state, huh? Didn't we? This dot state equals the state. Not what I wanted to do. I always think that's gonna just clear the buffer, but it throws away. It throws it away. This sucks. Dog. Are we freeze again? Frozen again? Great. Yeah, anyway, so I want to know if I can talk to the... But no, this is the pool. So the state, this makes no sense. No, that's not right. But where was the state, the add? State.socket.add. So state in this case is the pool. Yeah. Kisses. Thanks for the kisses. How do we do this? So this seems like a thing. So we're adding we set, that must be the replica ID and the state. So the pool must know about this, right? State.socket.add. dog state. It really feels like there should be, like, socket should be available here, right? Like, that's... So that's the closer. So when a connect happens... This sucks. Stated like it's a size less than 2, then you delete the pool. I don't know, I'm pretty confused about that. Like, I think socket is a weird name to use here because it seems to mean something else. Let socket equal the dog socket. And that's inside connect. When we call connect, what do we actually get back? We get the WebSocket client. But like this, what is this? What is this? State.socket add server. Like, where does the socket come from that goes into, like, for example, the on open? Who's calling this? So all these get called. So this is the thing, like this is the thing I want, right? This is what I care about. So how do I get this thing? I fear that I do not get this thing. But somewhere there is an add, right? Didn't we see an add of this thing? So that's the socket that I want. What is the state? Is the dog state that comes from if you know the pool, which I seemingly am not allowed to have because that's private, so I can't get this. What a bummer. Encapsulation strikes again. This is the story of my life. It's just people write software and then don't let me do anything with it. So, I don't see a way around this other than managing our own Yeah, I don't really see a way around this other than managing our own list. So, whatever, it's okay. It just really seems like there should be a way to do this. So the idea is that when someone connects, you're gonna cram them somewhere. You're gonna do this. The like problem though is socket.uid. Is that a real unique identifier, or is that our like made up name for the socket? Because that matters. So I guess we just have to start implementing this on open and on close. And start trying to figure out what's going on, I guess. Not really pleased with this. Seems like an oversight. Seems like you should easily be able to talk to all of the sockets without knowing about a socket. Socket UID. So the question is if that really is a unique identifier or if it is it's our identifier. And if it's its own unique identifier, then we're in good shape, I think. Uh-oh. We leave a zombie process. I don't care. Pick another address. What do you think this is? We have to go hunting for node processes. My mouse is incredibly laggy. Why? Why did my mouse just get so laggy? Great. Sure don't like computers very much. They're sure just not very good. So presumably somewhere I have some terrible node process that is... And we're in PowerShell, so who knows how to kill a process? I guess we just have to fully kill VS Code and hope that that kills the process. Three hours in, how much of this has actually been like productive work time? Oops. 10 minutes? And how much of it has just been battling? Okay, so there's just some stupid... You're disconnected. You're disconnected. Some just stupid hidden process running? Great. Great. How do I kill it? What is ask pass and why is that? Great, get out of here. Do we just have a node process in here, or what are we doing? Okay, I'm gonna just kill all node processes. Probably a bad idea, but... What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, so... Very annoying. So we've done this. I click this. And that's all fine. And now we try to connect here and we see what our ID is. So that is exactly what I did not want. Bummer. Bummer. The problem is we can have multiple people, or multiple connections that have the same ID, and we want to send to all of them. And that's fine when we add people to the list. We'll just iterate to that list, and I think that's okay. It'll just be a map. We'll do map stuff, and that is not a problem. When someone disconnects, we want to be sure to disconnect them, not just somebody else that has their ID. So what else is the socket? Socket? What are you? The socket know anything useful? No. I really don't know how TypeScript interfaces work. I'm pretty confused by this. I didn't see anywhere that explicitly implemented that interface, but I guess we had places where we said, hey, you're going to take this type. So I guess that sort of is how it works. But we're really sending, like when we call those things, we call on open or whatever, we're really sending ourselves. I mean, it says we're sending a socket. Where is this socket coming from? Like when it actually gets called. What a pain in the butt. So it says it's sending socket, but where does this come from? Who are you, socket? Where does that socket live? It just exists in here, I guess. So this is it. This is it. And this is it implementing the interface, I guess. By just being of that type. And it has these bindings to the... Okay, I get it. I get it. I don't like it. But I think I get it. But this thing just doesn't exist anywhere useful. Which is weird because all this is just a way to call these methods that are in the... Okay, this is why I hate this, I think. All this is a way to call a bunch of methods that are already in here through a convoluted way that I would love to just call them, but I can't because they're all private. So the only thing I can do, let's just think this through for a second. So we can make a map. I don't like this at all. I mean, it's whatever. It's kind of the pattern they had. Something along these lines. Which is kind of how we did the cooldown previously. Which we still will want the cooldowns. So we'll do it. I think I want to do it more like this. Just for cohesion. So sessions is what we had previously, where we listed all our sessions. So we'll have something kind of that. Kind of like that. So this thing... When nobody is connected to it, do we care if it goes away? No, this only needs to persist as long as someone's connected to it. If nobody's connected, it should be empty all the time anyway. So what we want to do, I guess, is that when someone connects, which is going to be the channel name, we want to be able to get the socket, right? Because I don't think there's, as far as I can see, maybe I'm totally overlooking it. I do not see another way to have access to any of these sockets. They seem to exist nowhere except in these callbacks that are directly tied to WebSocket. So if you want to talk to a thing from outside, tough. Now, the issue is here is that this can't be symmetrical because we don't want to remove this based on sockets. So I'm sure somebody has some cute little shorthand on how to... I'm sure that... Okay, I got to figure out how to phrase the question because I'm sure there's some ridiculously concise... Draclin, this is killing me. This is killing me. I hate it. I mean, I get it. This feels like it was kind of semi-hastily written to like make up for how bad their pricing is, but boy. Ooh. So I'm sorry, not by key, by value. How's your day, Draclin? So we want to delete by value, and I just feel like there has to be some absurdly concise. Was it a race? What's that? Whose key is passed as an argument. No, wait a minute. No. That would be better. I wish it was. I wish dog was something I liked. I also wished in the time that I looked at you that 10 things didn't just pop up over the web page that I was looking at. What's the way to do this, Draclin? Is it a filter? If I have a map and I have one value and I want to delete an entry by value instead of by key, do I have to filter and iterate over the whole thing? My goal, I'm so far removed from my goal now because this library does not work in a sane way. So basically, I have to use this dog thing. I don't have to, but it's what they recommended using. And it, instead of me having a durable object for each channel in Heat for every single broadcaster that connects, which was way too expensive, it turns out, because of the pricing model they chose, they have this like clustering thing where it's like, oh, you only have one durable object, and then it controls clusters, like they call them replicas, of other durable objects, and then each of those can have as many channels as I choose. So I could potentially lower my usage by 2 orders of magnitude, which would be great because then it would cost less. So I have that kind of working. I get the WebSocket connections work. I can talk back and forth with WebSockets, and they built that into the dog. The thing they seemingly did not do with the dog is come up with a way to allow you to talk to connected WebSocket connections from outside of the WebSocket world. So if I'm connected twice with WebSockets, I can talk back and forth all day. If I have a post message come in that then I want to get data to a individual WebSocket user, there is no there's no easy facility for that. So it's fine. I'm just gonna, like, as people connect, I'll just maintain my own list. It's not a huge deal. But then a secondary annoyance is that, you know, I want you to be able to have multiple Heat overlays for a single channel. So there will be multiple connections that have the same ID. So I can't just like delete. I can't just delete you based on whatever ID you are when you disconnected, because somebody else might be connected with that same ID. Yeah, so if the like, right, the obvious thing that I probably should have just done instead of even thinking about it was just iterate through and delete. But I thought there would be a way. I'm actually really surprised that there's not a delete by value or I don't even know what's going on here anymore. I mean, is this the thing? Just iterate through. I feel like that's old, right? Isn't there fancy ways now with? Is filter not the way to do it? I thought that's what people like now. Is that not the jam? Or reduce? Do I want to reduce? Stop popping things up. Okay. So that would map reduce I've used this before and I found it very confusing. I mean, this is what I want, right? Where I want this, right? I want to What are you working on today, Jacqueline? How do you do this? It's filter, and then it's going to be channel, and then channel. Well, this is actually weird though. Is this giving me the value or the? This is giving me the value. So this is like actually the socket. And so it's socket. Oh boy. So much work. It's the worst. I hear you. I just don't want to be working on this at all. So I need the socket, right? This is giving me values. Isn't this the values that are in this map? Is that what this is? Am I thinking of this incorrectly? This is the... Actually, this is weird. Is this not... When you call filter on a map, is each of the... Yeah, it's going to be the value. Oh, but this is not... Wait, this is an array. Can you not filter a JavaScript map? Maybe you can't filter a map. Oh, you can't filter a map. Never mind. Without converting it into an array. Well, I thought I do because I wanted a... Is there really not a way to do this? I mean, I guess I just have to do this, like for each and delete. Why am I'm making this hard because I keep thinking that there has to be an easy way to do it. I thought you could filter them though. Can I delete while iterating? Is that a thing you can do? Is it going to get mad at me if I delete while iterating? So this is safe? Is this safe to do? Okay, let's just do it. Let's just do it. So we're going to iterate. It's going to be great. Funny because value key map. And if the value is equal to socket, then map.delete the key. Is this what I want? Hate it. Okay, I don't know why I made that so complicated, but sometimes I just make things complicated, I guess. Okay, so now what? We want to be able to connect We've broken something. And we have not gotten a meaningful error at all. So why? What's wrong? How would we even... Why would doing something in here break anything unless it's our... So this dot channels created in our constructor. Can't you can just add to a map, right? Just add to a map all day. And what have I done? What have I done? Just wrap my entire life in a try-catch. I just don't know. I don't know what I've done. I'm sure it's something silly. I'm sure it's something very silly. This channels.add is not a function. Of course it's not. Because maps don't use that, they use set. Right? Is that the whole thing? Okay, we've connected. We have disconnected. How do you get the number of elements in a map? Size? Okay. Just want to verify that we can connect. We have one person connected. We go here. We still only have one person connected. Right, we can't do this. Wait, you can't, this isn't gonna work. We're just overwriting it. We can't use a map, right? Right? Can you have duplicate entries in a map? Does not support duplicate keys. Yeah, of course. Okay, so if I need duplicates, what is that called? So I just need a set. Okay, here's what I have to do. This is fine, because we have to iterate over it in a dumb way anyway. We just need to like make a it means we always have to iterate over everything always, which is dumb, but there won't be that many people connected, so whatever. So it's not going to be a map. It's making me cranky. Okay, it's a set. And when we add to the set, we're just going to do this. Right? Because we're assuming that yeah, the socket is going to be totally unique, right? It's got to be totally unique. And then when we go through here, we want to say socket if value dot socket is equal to our socket, then we're going to delete. How about that? How do we feel about that? Feels good. So we can connect. We have one person connected. We can connect. We have two people connected. We can disconnect. We're back to one person connected. We can disconnect. We're back to 0 people connected. Great. Okay, so now we need to be able to, I guess I'm just going to call this whisper, although I think that's going to conflict, so we'll call it relay. Of the channel ID. And then to do this, we have to do this.channels. I mean, we basically want the same thing, but we're going to say that if the ID is equal to the channel ID, then value.socket.whisper. This is a pretty weird one. Can you whisper to yourself? I don't know if this is gonna let me whisper to myself. That would be extra dumb because then I would have to look through, I would have to look for a socket that wasn't you. Which, if there's only one person connected, is not going to be a thing. This is really dumb. Okay. And now we need to go into our like API handling land. And do what? This.relay, the channel ID, and the message. It feels impossible that this would work. We were able to connect there. I don't think we got a message. If I send this, we get it and it's all good. I think that whisper did not work. Oh shoot. Yeah, I really don't like that. Like, the trash can should delete the contents of the buffer. Not great. And now we're just in this awesome broken state. Very good Visual Studio Code. But you see what I'm saying here? We need to get out of here. Are you back? Reopen. Like when we want to relay, did I do that in the wrong place? Why do we still have a broadcast in here? Oh, that's just the thanks message. Okay, so we handle the API request, we do all the fun stuff, and all that stuff is really fun. And then we don't handle WebSockets anymore. Channel object, cramping my style. Okay, so this is where we are, and we're trying to do in fact, where is the relay? Did I put the relay in the wrong place or something? Oh, it's just right here. Okay. Okay. We're sending things, we're sending messages to nobody, and that's great. And man, this is weird. Okay, because gosh, guess that still makes sense, but what a weird thing. Okay, so please, Mr. Postman. So we definitely got here. What I'm worried about we added our socket. What I'm worried about is that that they explicitly made it where you can't whisper to yourself. And that's the case, we're just like, I don't know what to do. I guess we have to just go in and modify their code, which I've been avoiding. You can submit a pull request that says, hey, how about you let anything talk to anything? So, yeah, my fear is that we're going to find Whisper and it's going to specifically say, don't let you whisper to yourself. So like, this is their example implementation with Whisper. With a target and an output. Ensure it's sent to target first. Okay. So we'll just await that. Like maybe that's the problem. Maybe the whole thing's dying before. Who called relay? Down here in this land. What's your problem? This is a really good error. Very helpful. Extremely helpful. Really. Okay. So that stuff is coming through there. We can connect here. We can send messages to ourselves. We still don't. This is still not happening. Could be the format or something. Like maybe it's supposed to be JSON and it's not, or should be a string and it isn't, whatever. Well, that's weird, because that makes it seem like I didn't match. Oh, I know the problem. Okay, maybe it's actually working. Good grief. Maybe it's actually working better than I thought it was. Maybe we're further along than I thought. Okay, so that is, so we're getting the channel and we're trying to whisper to the channel, and it's value.socket.whisper. You may not be able to talk to yourself with your own socket, which would be so stupid, but it feels like I must be overlooking something. Like it's difficult to believe that this would have been built in such a way that you cannot talk to your WebSocket clients except from other WebSocket clients. But maybe Maybe it was built in such a way. Connect to you. We get the clicks. We know where we want to try to send them. We presumably are finding, in fact, something we could try. Oh, I did it again. That drives me crazy. Because in some programs, when you hit the trash can, like this one, it clears the messages. I would say in most programs, there's a button to clear messages. Like, why would you have a trash can here and an X? I guess because you can have multiple terminals open at once? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's bad design. It's not good. Is this broken now? We broken here? Probably broken here. Well, while that's being broken, let's go try to find Whisper. And it very specifically does not allow you to talk to yourself. What does send do? Like, what does Whisper do once it does all this stupid stuff that I don't want it to do? Just does some verification, and then it calls dispatch. And then inside that routes Whisper, it calls for all the other stuff that I'm not allowed to do. Yeah, this seems so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. Send. State socket and the text. Like, can we just... And the socket somehow doesn't have a reference to the... Is the WebSocket. So send. Okay, I'm pretty confused by that. Not sand, send. Okay, send. There's that send function. Send. The state dot socket, but that's different than the like, can I just have the socket? This seems different. Doesn't really make any sense. So the send, what is this send? Server. Can I talk to this? Can I send? Really confused though about what that is actually taking. Like, this is the thing that actually does the send, right? But it's taking the state.socket. Can I call socket.send? I mean, what a weird... Like, to whom? To whom am I sending in that? This sucks so much. Oh, VS Code, why are you like this? Windows, why are you like this? Why are people talking to me? So cranky. It's making me so cranky. It should not have been that hard. Like, the actual task at hand, not that hard. Dealing with all of this garbage, really unfortunate. Like, how would you have conceived of this in such a way that you can't easily talk to all of your connected users? Like, what? I mean, maybe I don't know. It's just rushed. Can I just call send? Like with that? Well, that broke everything. The first argument must be of type. Okay, well, that's kind of promising. Okay, we got data here. If we connect here, do we get 4 times the data? Because that would be bad. Seems like we only got it once. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And over here, we also only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I was over here instead, and I connected as a totally different person, I'm not getting stuff. I'm getting stuff here. Just making sure. This feels flaky. Like, something about this doesn't feel very good to me. I wish I had a better understanding. Like this, I don't know. Like, TypeScript just looks weird to me. I have a hard time just looking at it and knowing what's going on. But we're like, this is, for example, this is calling socket.send. And this is specifically send down a list of all connected users. But is this only to... I guess that's the way you talk to the person. Like, whisper is how you tell you say one socket wants to talk to somebody else, but you just want to talk to a specific place, which that's fine, but why is it represented like this? Like, the thing we're not giving it a WebSocket. We're giving it so bind, I guess because of the bind, it gets those first parameters. Is that what the deal is? Like, So the server is bound? Okay, I would maybe believe that. I don't know why this is crammed up here, whereas everything else is elsewhere, but whatever. Okay, so what does this mean? Does this mean we've built heat? Kinda. It means we've kinda built heat. We can click over here and send the data to the connected people. We know when we've connected and disconnected. Man, seems very suspect. But so this says nobody's connected. Is that true? That says somebody's connected. That says two somebodies are connected. So, and now both of those somebodies. I don't actually know how to. There's a way to trick this and tell it what channel. Maybe don't do that here. But there's a way to say, oh, that's funny. Isn't that still my channel ID? So is this not actually running it as? Did I mess that up? Where's the front end files? Oh, we could view these. No? Okay. So in the heat front end, are we doing something really silly where we're... I mean, that's hard to tell if that's a developer rig problem or what. We should be sending the actual channel ID, so I wonder why. Like that one's definitely me, but I would not have expected this channel ID. I would have expected the channel ID to, you know, be correct. The extension's loaded when we get authorized. Oh, well, I see. It's because who we're authorized as. It's not what we're looking at. Still thought there was a way to do that, to like trick it to say who you're running as. Maybe not. I don't know how to delete this now. Can I not? Can I not delete this? Well, okay. So, what, I really thought there was a way to say who you were. Oh, okay. Viewer type is a logged in viewer with a custom opaque ID. That's still not right though. No, the channel, it should be the channel name. The frame properties, use developer rig user. Okay, that's what we want. Let's try that. And let's make sure that we can be logged in as this fake user and get these clicks. So we get clicks there. Very good. But those clicks should not come through here. But these clicks should. Okay. I don't know. I'm feeling not very confident in this. There's just everything's been a little too finicky. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe this is all great. And it's just me. Maybe I could have figured out the send sooner. But I don't know, man. Oh, okay, so there's got to be a path, a shorter path to get to the thing that I want. Where did we used to send the heat API connection thing? Is that in here? So we should do this probably in the onOpen now, since we have it. Oh, we break. How do I just I manage to break everything continually? So it's going to be just socket.send, right? Is that what we decided? If I want, I can just socket.send to my heart's content. Yes, that would appear to be the case. Okay, so we have most of the big pieces in place, I think. So like channel object is just going away. And it's probably going to complain. Yeah, so now we need to go in here and kill this. I'm just looking, just like high level looking for commented out code. So it's more concise, seemingly, but that's with no cooldown support. And a lot of error handling removed and the legacy server removed. So just nice and tidy now, I guess. So the endpoints channel, we look for the dog. Channel group does very, very little. The channel replica does it either upgrades you in place, which is all fine. When you open, you're acknowledged and then added. When you leave, you're removed. When you're relayed, we just loop through those and look for the place we want to talk to and send you. Also, don't have much error handling at the moment, but let's ignore that. This one's kind of a funny one because we don't really want to do anything with this at the moment. Like, we don't actually want to deal with any incoming WebSocket. We'll just log it, I guess, for the moment, but Okay, and then over here, this is kind of our previous handle API requests, right? So we have all the stupid token processing. We have no cooldown support at all. Okay, we pull back, and that's basically it. So, feels okay. There's still like some aspects of it that are creeping me out a little bit. Just a little. I would prefer to not have to manage our own lists. I mean, now that I say all this, I realize I've never looked at issues. So maybe there's some issues that's like, so I don't know. Maybe I'll post an issue. I have a solution, but I don't love the solution. So everybody, so that took about 4 hours, and I think less than half of that was meaningful work. It was fighting with stupid JavaScript build systems, which is always a thing, and then just fussing, just fussing. But it's pretty concise. The dog stuff at least handles a lot of the WebSocket stuff that we had to handle manually before. So that, I do like that. So the question is, do I want to tackle cooldowns right now? What would it take? Cooldowns would become... Well, there's a couple of options, actually. So when we add a channel entry, we could add a map in here. That's just hard to look up, actually. So we don't want to do that because we don't want to use this because we could have two. This is deceptive. This is like not really channels. It's like channel connections. And there can be duplicates. So we don't want to use that. Because there can be duplicates in there. So separately, we would want this dot kind of cooldowns or something. And it kind of needs to be a map of maps. So I'm not crazy about. Or so what it would look like is when a person comes a knocking. We'd first like get the channel cooldowns, and then we'd need to modify this and potentially reach back into those. Like, don't know. If you have a map of maps, can you modify the child map directly? The other option is have like a tuple key or something, you know, where it's not a map of maps, but it's where the key is the, I don't like that really either. Actually, maybe that's fine. You know what? Maybe that's fine. If the entry is always just channel and user, or here's a weird idea. Yeah, okay, so what we would need to do is basically the same thing. I think we can cheat it with just just this channel cooldowns and just fake the key, you know, like concatenate the key. Oops. So we would do this, and we would need to do something like that. Is it ridiculous? The thing is, we never remove anything from here, but whenever the replica went away, just thinking about this from a memory standpoint, because we're never cleaning this up. So I kind of think I want to rethink this for a second, actually, because it would be better to clean this up. Probably. So one way to do that is anytime somebody comes along. Let me think about this for a second. Is like you always do the timestamp thing, and then you just have some continuous thing. I can't easily have a continuous thing. Never mind. But to say you could have like some independent timer, but we don't want this worker. We don't want to do that. Since it's just sitting in memory, when the this does kind of suck. I'm just trying to think about this. Like, what would ever clean up this cooldown list unless we, you know, had like a worker that fired separately or something, or had some other thing that happened, like if somebody disconnected the WebSocket or connected the WebSocket or whatever. That's actually interesting. We do a whole lot of processing before we even see if somebody is connected. You know, like we do a whole lot of work before we try to send a packet that may have nobody listen. But that would be rare. That would be very rare. I mean, it should never happen in practice unless somebody was deliberately doing something weird. Okay, so yeah, the idea here, which may need revisiting, is that you get the timestamp that's right now, you figure out whatever the cooldown is, or the cooldown timeout. You look up to see if there is a cooldown entry for that user. User and channel combo. And if there is a cooldown and the timestamp minus the cooldown, yeah, then they're in trouble. Otherwise, you make the entry for them. So maybe we've broken something. Of course, utilities is not defined. It's not. What? Who's calling utilities? 21? Oh, did I comment out utilities? Oopsie. Okay. Getting lots of bad requests. I really probably should have kept that global error catching thing. It's like kind of a sloppy thing to just wrap every single thing in a effectively in a try catch, but I mean at a high level, but you know. So it's just not channel cooldowns. Seemingly let me click as fast as I want. Channel ID plus ID. This dot channel cooldowns dot set. The channel ID. Like that was less than 1,000. Did I set the cooldown somewhere? And the inv? I didn't. So the cooldown should be 1,000. That's the timestamp. That's what we've written there. So we're saying if cooldown what we're getting That's funny. Cooldown timeout is showing us 250 milliseconds. Why is that? Because I probably can't click any faster than that here. Interesting. Even though I have that local, huh? Weird. Okay. So actually that has me pretty curious. It's pretty weird. So let me switch here for 1 second. Check the env. Try this. Okay, too many requests. You're fine. You're fine. My face is so huge. Okay. Just 1 click per second. So what do we not like about this? The thing that's dangerous about this is that this memory footprint could just grow forever. There's like nothing expiring old clicks. We could expire all old clicks when a new click came in, but that puts, that means like there's a very high throughput with tons of people clicking all at once, and it's continually for every one of those clicks looping through every person. Gets to be pretty, I don't know. That starts to not sound so great. So, and the other option is just there's a scheduled task or something. Huh. Can you do that? Can you have like a separate worker talk to your durable objects? So it's not like it's in persistent storage, it's just in memory, which is good and bad. I mean, the bad part is like, the bad part is it can just grow. The good part is after somebody disconnects eventually, it'll go away. Yeah, what's the... Yeah, I don't like this. I want to clean it up, but I don't really have a great plan on how I would want to do that. But I think I'm done for today. I think we did the thing. We did the thing. Maybe we'll try to launch it tomorrow. I don't know. I'm pretty nervous about trying to deploy this. I guess we'll at least try to go through the steps to get it on the dev server and get everything up. So I'm in Twitch using this new version. But it is a little unnerving. Maybe I should have fewer people on a single replica. Like this would be dumb if this was the thing that broke it, is the cooldown thing. Like, that would be an embarrassing state. But you have to have some persistence to do the cooldown. I have cooldown on the client side, but of course anybody could choose to ignore that. You know, I realized, like, yeah, we could probably change the order of some of these things, like where we choose to throw you away, so that the code runs less often. But like, we should probably not do a lot of this stuff if your cooldown isn't even valid, for example. Just depends on what we want to run most infrequently, I guess. Yeah, just cram that in there. What do we think here? So like, normally you could imagine if this was a persistent server, you would just have some timer that was running that would periodically flush it, and it wouldn't be a big deal. I'm going to hold on that because I kind of want to add some utilities to this, sort of, to be able to get a report of like, these are all the replicas, and this is every node that's connected to the replica, and so on. I don't know if you can actually get those things because it seems to hide them, but I could at least get the list of users, I guess. I guess. Okay, anyway. I think I'm done today. Draklin, thanks for stopping by. Ben, thanks for stopping by. Binary, thanks for stopping by. And we'll pick this up maybe, I don't know, tomorrow. My hair's so like voluminous today. I don't know why that is. Train. I mean, obviously we have to do trains. I did check in a little this morning, like to just check in on the drone situation. Did a little bit there. But we got a long way to go. We've got to get way out into the wilderness to get our nitrogen situation going. So it's gonna be a tricky one. I also have way too much sulfur, and so it's a common problem. Anyway, okay. Goodbye, Ben. Farewell, everyone. Bye.